Hello. Hello, hello. We need to answer an incredibly important question. Do blood builds do anything? What up, Misa? How we doing, Justin? Good to see you, Grim. We have an incredibly important question to answer.
I could never live in a town.
Do blood builds do anything? To this end, as always, we have to farm some mob to site. And we need to level up some glyphs. So I'm going to level up some glyphs. Do like speedrun 95s. As always, to be able to do anything, I need to spend 2 hours farming up to site and glyphs, which, you know, it isn't the end of the world, right? That's actually kind of like an incredibly reasonable amount of time needed to be able to accomplish a thing. I just don't want to, because I'm lazy. What if the execute is bad? No, hear me out. Oh, I didn't eat my little elixirs. But hear me out. What if the execute is bad? Got a 4-star Death Speakers. Let's go. Huge. What's going on, truck? Radinox, thank you very much for the follow. Of Senatio. Of Senatio. Got same ad twice at the same time. Ripper Dipper. Blood. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the throne of corn. What if this was a guy from the Warhammer 40k? What if this was the man from the Warhammer, the 40k? What if he sounded like this? Blood for the blood god. What is this fucking accent I'm doing, huh? Oh, American, you so funny. Blood for the blood god. It's a little fake Swedish. Brought to you by Sesame Street. Or the Muppets, not Sesame Street. You know what? I think it's a little bit bullshit that there were multiple huge media dynasties built around Muppets. Because it makes me sound stupid when I misattribute, that's not words. When I misattribute it to the wrong company. Like, I sound stupid. I'm not the one who made the goddamn puppets. I'm just a man, damn it. You know what I mean? Am I the only one having these thoughts? Other people got to be thinking this stuff. It wouldn't just be me having crazy thoughts. Beetle Bailey, thank you very much for the follow. This is how I talk now. Loot for the bloot goot. Is this anything? Pornussy. Is that anything? Is it Shadow Blade or just Blade? This is Shadow Blade. Oh, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Everybody is ignorant until they're educated. The only thing that is stupid is willful ignorance. A wise person knows they know nothing. The wrong question might get you the wrong answer. That is accurate. Excuse me. I don't have a ton of time today. It took me longer than I thought to edit my video, and also I just had to, like, I don't know. So here's a weird thing. You know what? Let's get parasocial. Everybody, you ready to get a little bit, just a little bit parasocial? Just a little bit, just un poquito, un scotch, un poco de parasociality. So. Once like the house thing is all settled, like once we're moved in, once we got everything down, and I know that I can afford it, I would like to investigate the potential for, not for getting a diagnosis, but for figuring out whether or not your boy's just been raw dogging ADHD his whole life, right? Seems pretty likely, but it would be significantly better whether or not to know, so that I can better equip myself with means for mitigating and offsetting like my behavior, right? Right now, it just feels mostly like I kind of fail to properly regulate myself, even when I know that things like will not be in my best interest. But if I could blame it on something, then at the very least, it wouldn't be both that I'm failing to accomplish these things and depression. It would just be failing to accomplish these things and have a better game plan. So that's the idea. Also, anything that makes me unique or fun is cool. But it would also be, I think, a little bit challenging to figure out whether or not all of the things I've always just thought were just a quirk of my own unique personality are instead just chemical imbalances. That would kind of suck, right? Like, oh man, I thought I was a quirked up white boy peeking with the sauce. But all of this is just context. Becoming a content creator means that I am invariably tied to social media and engaging on social media, right? It's not just good enough that I'm on there. In fact, I already fail to like do enough if I'm trying to be like legitimately as successful as possible in this career path. So a lot of my free time, which would typically be spent, I think, more organically engaging with the world around me and more naturally having like basic cycles of motivation and reward, just don't follow like the normal habit of a typical person. Case in point, when I release a video, I need to maximize the efficiency of that video as a means of furthering my online presence. A video just getting good views is great. That is what ultimately like generates revenue and pretty naturally increases growth of the channel. It is getting engagement on the video, which is like the big differentiating factor. That is where growth comes from. That is where relevance in the community comes from. That is where respect is generated. It's where first impressions are generated. It's how the algorithm picks things up. So when a video first posts, my brain has this constant ticker going on in the background that says make sure to check your socials, because I post it on Twitter, even though that's a hellhole, and I post it on Blue Sky, where basically I get no engagement at all, but it's mostly because I have no presence on there, because presence is just significantly lower, because it's a very young burgeoning but the big thing is from YouTube comments, and then second to that would be a combination of like Discord questions and Reddit questions. But in the back of my head all day, I hear, hey, check your socials. And I go through the list of them, right? Like I check out YouTube Analytics, then I go to the YouTube app proper, because that's where I see notifications about responses that my things have gotten, like to things that I've posted, or, you know, when I've asked people questions, etc., etc. Then there is the checking Discord to see if I've received DMs and if I'm getting questions. Then there is opening Twitter to see if that has gotten responses and make sure to respond in kind, because responding immediately is the best way to continue generating engagement. But also, in addition to all of these things, it just kind of feels nice to get talked to on the internet, oddly enough. When you get like notifications on a post that you put up on Facebook if you're old, that typically feels good. So all of that is kind of tied together. Seeing the notification is good. This motivates brain. This instigates the release of dopamine. It creates the habit. So the flip side of this, the downside of this, other than this terrible focus which I just got, is the thing is the, or how do I describe this? A thing that I'll experience is like a time-sensitive paralysis. So thing needs to get done later. That means I can't do something now. I think a lot of people experience this, right? You have a doctor's appointment at 2 p.m. and you took the day off to be able to go. You will probably eat food. You might start up kind of like a lazy, like I'll toss in a load of laundry or whatever. But I don't know if other people experience this, but I will feel as if I cannot do things because I need to be ready to go do the other thing. I need to be there at 2, which means I should leave at 1. Well, 1 is basically 2 hours away. I can't start anything that would take 2 hours because I would have to be very efficient to make sure that I complete the thing over those 2 hours, else I will have to come back and do it again later. So this means I cannot do anything. You might say, well, you have like a laundry list of things that you probably need to get done. Like you probably need to check the trash. You probably need to go get something at the store. You probably, need to check your email or whatever. But you can't do any of that. You have something at 2 p.m. This same thing, I experienced this same thing when I go through the motion of what I just described, the needing to participate on social media to maximize engagement, because that is what maximizes my chance for success in the continuation of my career. And, you know, the stakes are a bit higher than just kind of like your average little thing. But what's funny is how things get reprioritized when I experience this. You would think that starting stream on time should be the highest priority, and it really should. The issue, though, is that there isn't a direct one-to-one correlation. There's not a data set that I can look at that says exactly, in the cases where I start stream on time every single time, I see greatest growth, versus if I, if stream has to be, if I feel like I have to cancel stream, or stream can start later. So this thing that is realistically like less important than a different thing gains the priority, and it makes it very difficult to prioritize in the healthiest way possible. That is what I experienced today. So I upload the video, right? Now I have to make the thumbnail for the video. So to be efficient, I start the upload already and I start working on the thumbnail at that point. I will finish the thumbnail pretty quick. And now what I have to do is like upload like the additional details in the description and do a bunch of whatever gashaba. But this one thing of I need to edit and upload a video becomes like 6 parts. And then each part has its own little timeline. And that own little timeline then creates the paralysis of not being able to do things because all these different timelines all have requirements. And sometimes I'm just very successful at getting home on time and uploading the, getting the video edited and then uploading it on time and then being able to start streaming. You never see any of it. Other times are like today, where I'm 2 hours late and I didn't need to be. I just didn't need to be. Not in not from like an outside observer's recollection of things that needed to occur in order. But mentally I needed to be. Because like work took a little bit longer than it normally would, so that sets me back a little bit. And then eating lunch took a little bit longer than it normally would, so that sets me back a little bit. And then in getting home, the typical stuff when I get home from work took a little bit longer than it had to. And if I'm gonna be late, and it's not something where there's this outside force motivating me, then I might as well not do fucking anything at all. And being a content creator has like, when I was in school, I was just a procrastinator, but I was also an overachiever, which meant that I would procrastinate up until like the minimum viable time to be able to accomplish a thing, and then do it, and then, knock it out of the park. It turns out that's not just a fun quirk. It's like a severely damaging to one's psyche ability to regulate. And being a content creator has really, really amplified this as a factor in my life. That sucks. Just sucks. It makes you feel a little bit like you're lying. Like whenever I'm like, hey guys, not doing great. Stream's not gonna happen today. See y'all tomorrow. It's some kind of this spiral. And like to add on, like I also do have like GI issues. That is a truth. You know, I've tried to get screened for a bunch of different things. We haven't really found anything. But so it's not only just like the weird inability to motivate depression spiral. That's the other question. Ooh, a triple GA focus. I am looking for a good focus for this build. But like, do I have depression or do I have unmedicated ADHD? That's a hard question to find an answer to without being a professional. Understood that not give a shit about so many things in life. I would love to be able to do that. What up, Peter? How you doing, Raven? You just took a nap? Dude, that's so fucking lit. What's going on, Jerome? Not a professional, get screened. That's what I'm thinking. Shortage of Veil Crystal and Forgotten Souls around here. Where are my glasses? Not wearing them today. I saw myself in the mirror and I felt really good about how I looked. So I'm not rocking the glasses today. I'm also not going to be streaming for as long, so I don't think I need to be overly protective of my eyes. But I don't, just for like people who are generally new or do not have the context, actually don't need glasses to see. They're just blue light blockers. Also, about 4 or 5 years ago at a Tech 9 concert in a mosh pit where somebody didn't know how to get picked up off the ground, somebody sent their skull careening into my face as I dropped down to pick them up, and they broke my nose. And having like a perfectly set nose apparently was like a very important part of how I imagined my own physical structure and my own like perceived attraction. And the glasses not only help to like minimize strain on my eyes, but they help to hide the nose. And I'm not looking for people to be like, oh no, this is about how I see myself. And it helps to hide the fact that the nose is broken, which helps me to feel less not even conscientious, not even like conscientious, but like, or rather like, it helps me to feel like I'm looking at the me that I envision myself as. And today I looked in the mirror and I didn't experience that feeling. So I said, you know what? I don't need the fucking glasses. Those boxes? Yeah, man. Guys, I think I got the ADHD. I think I got the gold premium version. Yeah, but it was a really good mirror day. Okay. 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 We take that. Resistance à tous les éléments. Yo, Diablo 4 in French is kind of, this is French, right? I appreciate that, Raven. Because just like to be, hey, thanks, Truck. No, but I'm feeling like I am like sweaty and gross because like it is getting hot and humid. But I looked in the mirror, I was like, damn, dog. That's the me I remember, you know? That's the idealized me that I remember me looking like. Which, if I'm being honest, I haven't really felt like that in a long time, which is pretty cool. Ali Intelligence. In how do you pronounce this? Capitaine de True? Hellbent Commander? Is this Hellbent Commander? It has to be, but this just says Commander, right? La intelligence. Well, that's, now I'm saying it like an Italian. In French, the hellbent is implied. Is this a joke? Hold on. Tant grave. Imprinted is, oh, to engrave, like written, right? This is like to engrave on something. Oh no, what is the etymology of engrave? Engraver. Huh. It says from English and from French, but it can't be from English. We were talking about like, but where did it get into English from? Carved, imprinted, carved. Huh. Graver has Germanic roots. There we go. Grava. Oh, how would German engrave? Hold on. Hold on. It's German, yeah. Gravieren.
Gravieren.
Gravier. I like that little.
Gravieren.
The vir. Like vir. It's not a glottal stop. It's like a. Graven.
Gravieren.
It's when a vowel is going into an R syllable, where the R becomes like kind of silent. If you were to try a build, Shadowblight Bonestorm build, would you use lidless or no? If I was trying to build a Shadowblight build where I used Bonestorm, would I use lidless wall? No, I would not. I just like the IER, like the IEREN. Eingravieren. But there's like that cool transfer between those two last syllables, where the R, like when I listen to German speech, the R becomes like kind of like in like like in the Harvard accent where we drop the R, like it becomes part of the sound as opposed to pronounced itself. And it always trips me up because it makes it harder for me to know. It's in the, but yeah, it's back here because it feels like the glottis is coming up to not interrupt the sound, but to almost stop your ability to properly make the sound, to round it out, to like make it flow better than having a hard stop between the two. It's when I hear it and try to replicate it, that's what it feels like. I don't know anything about like singing or vocal work. I just think a lot about how my throat feels, pause, and resume. And it's very fun to try to describe it. But there is like this like half-hearted attempt of a glottal stop, almost to do the exact opposite, and instead to allow a sound to continue while giving it the differentiation between two syllables, almost as if you had done a hard stop between them, but to make it roll better. It's very fun. In the South, they roll the R in the mouth, though. They almost sound Austrian. Very cool. Son evae vos serviteurs infligent de dégâts accrus jusqu'à augmentation maxima. Here's my issue in trying to speak French too. I can't apply the like typical learned habits of Spanish, Italian, or Portuguese. Less so to Portuguese, where if I don't know the word, how I would attempt to pronounce it, because French is so fucking stupid. It's just like, it's like intentionally different just to confuse other Romance speakers. Hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Y'all don't gotta be special. Let me speak your language. Any corpse collision build around? We are going to explore a corpse collision build. Trying to learn any Scandinavian language would set my brain on fire. I don't disagree with you. The thing that I feel like would help me in that instance is that I would not be attempting to apply learned concepts from similar languages because I don't have a basis of that. So it gains its own set of rules, and understanding that I'm talking about a different framework helps in eschewing expectations. Like, I'm not holding it responsible for the history I have with the basis language, because I don't really have anything other than the things which have come over into English, like through Middle English, from the language. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Learning Finnish. I've obviously, I've never tried to. The only thing anybody has ever tried to teach me was some Danish. And I will say, the T sound at the end of Eblegro, whatever the fuck that is, that's garbage. That's not a T sound. And whatever the road flowed McGroad or whatever that one is, the red apple porridge or whatever. No. No. That's a different set of human genetics to have different muscle structure in the tongue and throat. That's a prank the Danes play on the other people. I know a prank when I see one. No, but see, I would try to pronounce that, and I'd be like, oh, Ablegrod. And they're like, no, it's more like a soft T. And I would listen to it. And, you know, you have the little lady on Google Translate, and she's like, Ablegrod. And like, it's like she's like deep throating the mic for a hot second. And I'm like, that's not how the human brain interprets that noise. Nobody thinks that. This is neither a D nor a T. This is some kind of dune worm mating call. They're like, nah, dude, it's simple. I even had them on voice because that was back when Among Us was pretty big, and we were playing Among Us with like stream members. And like they said it on stream, and I'm like, bud, you saying it doesn't change the reality. That ain't it, boss. It's a joke. It's a prank. I feel like I was on Punk'd. I feel like Ashton Kutcher was about to walk around the corner, flapping his knee and laughing like a horse. And by the way, Danes, I'm not a raging Swede out here. I don't know. I don't blame you for all of my country's woes or whatever. But your language is a prank you play on other people from the mountains of Caucasus. All right. That is a white baby. That baby have a 750 credit score right now. That is a Slavic baby. There are some that would say that Danish is the mumble rap of languages. Do we have any Danes in the house tonight? Shout outs to all my Danes out there. Huh. I'm looking for other Danes. But yes, we should recognize your Danehood. It is a Slavic baby. And we will call this one.
This is starting to feel like
Shadow Blight. And then we will equip this one. Excuse me. And we will go. Excuse me. Okay, and now we will do some dungeons. Very quick little dungeons. Just do the storeroom and bounce. Shake my fist at the screen of the other Danes. Oh, I always forget to put reanimation on. What up, TK? How we doing? Tablet video? Nice. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad we finally had time to go visit the build. We just had to keep doing so much stuff with minions. Also, minions was just fun to play. But I'm glad we finally visited it. I really like it as my pit farmer. Super easy to play. Oh, the Amalgam of Rage. The Amalgam of Rage. Oh, does standing around there not accomplish anything? Amalgam of Rage. Oh. The other thing too is that like it kind of takes longer to get another build going than it has in previous seasons. Just because to like get it to a fairly like comparable place of like relative power, you need to masterwork it, you have to have GA stuff. And I was playing a lot of builds that didn't have interchangeable parts, like Air Perdition and Shot of False Death are interchangeable for sure. Like, I still don't have a Ring of Starless Skies. I really need that to play core skill builds. You know, it fixes so many parts of it. I guess I don't need to. Need is a very strong word, but it makes it a lot easier. You know, I would never like to show off a build where my amulet is int, attack speed, and fueled by death. I just don't have other ones. I think it's less so that we need a place to target farm passive amulets, although the Undercity is supposed to be that, but it just doesn't work right. Like, we have a place. It's called the Undercity. It just doesn't work right, and it just hasn't been fixed yet. Like, it just doesn't do what it's supposed to do. A little bit seemingly for no reason, other than... Yeah, I don't know. I just don't actually have an answer. But I think passives, like, just shouldn't be on amulets, basically. Amulets are like a full third of your build's damage. That's insane. Now, the number is actually different than that. Don't quote me on it. Did I have a great birthday? I did. Yeah, we played some D&D, which was very fun. Ooh, blood surge. Too bad they're useless, Batman. Batman. How much work is needed for Corpse Explosion to be viable in T4? Very good gear. Like, very good gear. You could do open world in T4, but to like actually do any endgame content that's difficult, very, very, very good gear. Luckily, nobody plays it, so that gear is very cheap. Am I going to Gen Con? I don't go to many conventions, except for the ones that are in Boston. And I guess like I go to BlizzCon, but I get flown out to that, so that's not really a one I can go to very often. But I typically go to like PAX East. I might go to Anime Boston, very rarely. I went to not Anthrocon. I went to the New England Furry Convention. I forget what that one's called. Not Anthrocon. Oh, how much work? How much work would it have to be for Blizzard? Oh, very little work. They just need to like double the base damage of the skill and revert its changes to lucky hit chance. And it's already in a significantly better place. One of the major issues with Corpse Explosion is the lack of support for dots in the game in general. So I guess that is a bigger fix. But just to like get the skill to do reasonable double base damage and revert the lucky hit chance nerf. Have we heard anything new the surprise dev team has for us players? Surprise, like the meeting that we had with the developers? No, there's been no other public knowledge put out. What gear to max CE for E4? 4GA Black River would help. 4GA Black River, Air Perdition, Shroud of False Death, Blood Moon Breeches, which means you need boots with intelligence as well as armor. Two passive ammi. You can go with Evan Piercer to start. I'm gonna go a different route. Oh, did this not have a strong room? Blood reserves? I don't care about blood reserves. Or gold reserves, rather. You have a 4GA Black River? I'll buy that from you. Then you need a ring with attack speed, int. Lucky hit chance, you actually need 2. And then a good focus. Max life in. Typically would be pretty good. Codex, thank you for the follow. Paradoxia Gaming, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I missed that a while ago. If you're still here. If you're not, I get it. Douchebag didn't even recognize your follow. That sucks. I wonder if I'll ever get to the point where like I'm big enough and I have enough chat activity where it's like detrimental to the enjoyment of this stream for me to call out every follow. Because there is a point where like that is just true. Like the amount of like new followers that like the top streamers get, all you would be doing was reading their names. And that's just like, and at that point you're not doing anything entertaining. But. Kind of interesting to think about. Highest pick clear this season is 105. I've had neither the time nor the equipment to be able to push higher. And trading at this point is kind of dead. New bot playing D4? Nice. What are you playing? But Monkey, what's the roll on like the damage roll? Playing some Sork? Let's go, baby. You playing Hydra? Hydra looks like a lot of fun. It's perfect. I will buy this thing from you. You want to do exclamation point tag and get me added? Oh, Why would I ever buy it when I've got this right here? ¿Dónde es? Oh, mira, es allí. What's wrong? This is mages. Mages are pretty good for just kind of autopilot blowing stuff up. But sadly, we are a Necromancer, so we are slow. I didn't realize this wasn't a storeroom key, so that was a lot of wasted nothing. Oh, you know what's the other thing too, Raven? I have the vault modified to common. From the conservatory. Like, no excuse for me to be unable to find it. Dead Man's Dredge. Y'all remember Dead Man's Dredge? What a dungeon. What's 4G Black River going for? Diablo.3. Yeah. Search. Filter. A unique item. Black River. It looks like it's listed for 1.5 billion. I don't know if you would take that for it. Monkey. Rob is already Paragon 300. Man. Also, if you wanted to stay in this for Update, feel free to do so. What has I do with C while wearing far from perfect gear? Able to push it, do consistent 2.5 billion. Every cast works only when farming. Ooh, interesting. You went with the crit version of it. We would be doing damage over time. So it actually had like passives to scale it and stuff. Oh, plagued corpse explosion. You silly beast. Being in clan any good, or is a friends list enough? Being in a clan any good? I mean, depends on whether or not you want to be able to talk in a group of people. Oh, hello. Oh.
You have to understand how things are up here.
Hey, thank you. Wait, hold on. 1,000 million billion, yes. Okay. Oh. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate you. And again, if you want to pop through here, feel free to do so. If you created affix like chance not to consume corpse, put on Black River instead of human flesh, do you think that would help CE better? It sure would. Yeah. I think so. Here's the issue with corpse explosion. If you believe that it is valid for it to be a secondary resource augmentation to builds as opposed to be a build around. Well, that doesn't even make sense because Black River exists. So here's the issue with corpse explosion when you try to understand it from a systems, like a systems analysis perspective. Could corpse explosion be as powerful as a core skill? Is one of the first questions you kind of need to ask and answer. It doesn't require you to manage resource management, not in the traditional sense, according to how a core skill would. You don't have to solve that. And not only do you freely generate corpses as you kill monsters, but we have passives which freely generate it as well, as opposed to not having passives which freely generate resource. Before we get to tempering existing and lucky hit chance to be able to restore resource existing, the idea is that you have to generate resource to be able to spend it to do damage. That's the primary loop of Diablo 4. And in the end game, you are rewarded with no longer having to do that. Right? As you solve a build, you no longer have to do that. Well, since corpses are a resource, and you're clearly meant to be able to build into corpse explosion because it has multiple things which only scale its damage, then do we apply the same logic? Is hewed flesh valid enough? Or is the idea that you need to find ways to generate corpses? The developers either believe that to be true or have not found a good solve for it not being true yet. But at least at first, thought, well, corpses are a free secondary resource that the Necromancer gets to gain access to. And the idea of rewarding it by having it alone circumvent the typical generate resource and then spend it loop of normal skills and core skills feels a little bit weird. So similar to solving resource, you have to make your build solve corpse generation. Now here's the issue. Corpse explosion isn't a core skill. It's not developed to be a core skill. It was developed to be supplementary damage. I wish there was a streamer who broke down stats like you for the rogue. We have a lot of really good rogue creators on Maxwell. I don't know how much breakdown that they do. What up, Trev? Missed you, boo-boo. But from a basis, corpse explosion is not meant to be equal. But now that we exist in a universe where every damage skill is meant to have an equal opportunity to be able to be scaled and built into, again, Black River exists. How? I'm saying a lot of things. Really what it comes down to is that the way of solving corpse generation effectively so that corpse explosion is the primary thing that you are doing to do damage hasn't been properly empowered. That's why we're going to use Sever with Reaping Lotus and Supernatural Sever. So that every time that we cast Sever, we will generate 5 corpses. So we're going to do Sever, Corpse Explosion, Sever, Corpse Explosion, Sever, Corpse Explosion, Sever, Corpse Explosion, Sever, Corpse Explosion. That's the idea. But I think it's pretty obvious that if we were ever going to see like legitimate changes to Corpse Explosion, other than just bumping up its base damage and reverting the lucky hit chance, nerf. Because there was a point in this game where you could, without casting any other skills, hold down the Corpse Explosion and generate more than 1 corpse per cast. That used to exist in this game. And they decided that wasn't okay. And then it was never revisited. Which says to me a much larger rework of the purpose and function of Corpse Explosion is something that has been in the works and has not made sense to roll out due to an inability to find a sweet spot with it. And if you're not going to fix the thing, why apply bandages to it? I don't think that's completely valid, and also like you see an inconsistency with that logic as it pertains to other skills and other effects. But it doesn't make sense to me that you would just leave what I think is like, it's so funny. When people think of Necromancer, they think of minions. When I think of Necromancer, I think of Corpse Explosion. Because at the end of the day, everything you did on the Necromancer was to cast Corpse Explosion. Minions don't do damage on a summoner build. Corpse Explosion does damage on a summoner. Corpse Explosion in your mercenary does damage on a minion build in Diablo 2. People don't know that, have proven it. But people who actually play the build do. People who just like the build don't. I think Corpse Explosion in the Diablo universe is truly like the thematic identity of the Necromancer. And it's so wild to me that they haven't found it fit to prioritize empowering them. So I don't think it is out of like some ignorance. I don't believe it is out of some maliciousness. I think it must be out of not having a good way to do it. Now, I don't know how that's true and simultaneously we got 3 seasons of Bloodwave, but you know, who the fuck am I? Other than just the person who might have played this class the most. At least in the top 10. Love the build diversity for Necro. Wanted to try dot version of Bloodwave as well as Shadowblade, especially Shadowblade after just watching the vid. Are they different enough to warrant 1 build slot each? Are what different? Is dot, Bloodwave, and Shadowblade different enough? I would say they're not even vaguely related builds. I would say other than them both doing shadow damage, nothing would make those 2 builds be spoken in the same sentence when it comes to comparison. So yes, I think is the short answer. Like, Shadowblade isn't a dot build at all. It does not do dot damage. It does not seek to scale dot damage. You don't have to apologize for the novel. Which one is more favorable? Shadow dot is probably a better overall build. But I think that Shadowblade is more fun to take into the pit because it's easier to pilot. How many builds already exist in other classes already that effectively don't care about it? Yeah, well that's like the crux of the how valid is it whether or not corpse generation should be solved completely by a single affix. Like, I think we can all agree that corpse explosion is unique in comparison to other skills and that it functions differently, it accomplishes different things. But the question is, how valid is it to just copy and paste the same systems onto it? I generally believe that it is good for things to be solved differently because I am not one of these people who thinks that every single build should just be equal in all ways and just be different flavors. I think that their strengths and weaknesses help to inform their flavors. No problem, Jethro. To me, they're both just things that do a lot of damage instances over time. So the thing is, that's true of every single skill. So the reduction there doesn't serve to better identify or communicate the experience of the thing. That's why I would not make that statement. Doesn't mean you can't. Right? Like, how you imagine things is according to you. Like a irritated hair follicle pissing me off. My little hobbit, my little knuckle fur. Shout outs if you got fur up on this knuckle. It means you're a real one. It's actually really interesting. I have no hair on this knuckle. And then on the next three, including the pinky, I do. How is there hair on the pinky but not on the pointer finger? How is that possible? How does that make sense? There's just like not follicles there. Is that a common thing? Why is there hair on my knuckles but the pointer finger? Huh, it's apparently a very common thing. Oh yeah, we're doing an escalated dungeon. I know it sucks so bad that it re-rolls. Like, what's the point? Corpse Explosion is about as classifying as Whirlwind is to Barb. Whirlwind is the Barb skill, which I find very interesting. I think of Barb as Whirlwind in Shouts. Like, I think of Sork as Teleport in Blizzard. I think of Amazon as Lightning Fury. I think of... Druid as Tornado. I think of Necromancer as Corpse Explosion. Well, as Fishymancer. I think of Paladin as Hammers. I think of Rogue as Bows, but that's because of Diablo 1, right? I think of Monk as Bullshit. I like when you're doing any of the events for the mercenaries and then your reinforcement shows up and it's also that mercenary. And it's like Spider-Man meme. Hello? What up, blood? Oh! Oh my god. Oh, that just reminded me. Y'all, I have professional artist made top tier emotes that I'm going to be getting added to the emote list so that we can finally have good, respectable, I'm a full-time streamer emotes. And when you use them in other people's chat, I won't feel bad. And they're incredibly good. They're incredibly, incredibly good. Thank you for reminding me. That was another thing I almost did before stream instead of just streaming, which was set up those emotes. I think I heard you say before that Mendel and non-Mendel mages are comparable. Correct. But non is just more consistent. Correct. Yep, all those things are true. So here's another thing which is always true. Somebody playing a suboptimal version of the build, meaning not having the optimal gear, may always get better results from having something which approaches the optimal, like the optimal limit of a different version of a thing. So if you have a forward GA Mendeln with the perfect roll on the damage, put it on. It's an incredibly powerful item. We just want to make sure to reroute the build for the optimal setup with that ring. Other than that, it's L minions. Big minions. Yeah, Blood Surge was always a good like speed farming build, because it hits the whole screen and it just kind of blows up everything. You just click one button, you don't have to do any setup. I'm wondering how good it feels now that like it has lost all of its overpower power. Like whether or not it just like 1 or 2 shots everything, and if it instead like 3 or 4 shots everything, meaning multiple cycles of overpowering, how much worse that feels. I think that's like the big concern that I have. And then Bloodlance, man. Crucial object is missing. I have found the crucial object. Or 4 currently. My big thing is whether or not, basically like whether or not you even build into overpower. The silly part of that statement though is there's kind of no way not to build into overpower. But what if you just don't? What if instead you just don't? What else are you gonna do on them? Just build them as crit builds. Ever tried Pure Golem? I did. It was I really disliked it. Look at that. Too bad you can't use them, but look at that. Isn't that cool? I'm keeping them. Do I plan to test blood builds? Yes. That is what I mean by the stream title. You're already building them as crit builds? Not fully. Like, Blood Surge has a non-overpower option. The thing was, it never compared to the overpower option, because overpower, it was like a 300x multi. But now it's not. Now it's just a 1.5 multi. And what if every cast doing 1.3 is better than every 5th cast doing 1.5? The only thing is that with Blood Surge, especially with the Embalmer on this set, you still will overpower fairly often, so that might not be the case. But I'm gonna try. What up, Papa? Can't seem to find my updated Shadow Blight on Maxwell. Well, do you have the guide open, Swiggy? You just click the paper doll. It brings you straight to the planner. You don't see the link? The link is to the build guide. When you open up a build guide, that first little thing that shows you all the gear, click on that. Brings you straight to the plane. Cool functionality found only on Maxroll. That's crazy. Please let me just open up the chest. Your friend heard that boss phases were going away? Your friend invented this? Does it sound cool on the internet? I assume they also have a girlfriend in Canada. And she's definitely real. Are you missing something? Why do I only have 8 mages? That's such a good question. And the answer is because I don't have a cult dominion on my boots because I use the boots for multiple builds. Why do you run aspect of grasping veins over aspect of decay? I don't. I use both of them. Decay is on the amulet. No problem. That must be sick to have buds at work that like play the same games as you. You know, it's actually really funny. So I used to work for this pharmacy benefits management company. I've said this a million times, but the people that I worked with were all like fresh out of college and mostly on international work visas. And apparently, like before I got there, a lot of them got really into playing couch co-op Diablo 3. So I had all these people who like, I was the weird one for being the outright nerd. And none of them like even owned a computer that had video games on it. But they did all play couch co-op Diablo 3 as a completely unique and singular like delve into the world of video gaming. Like, imagine the only video game you play is only couch co-op Diablo 3 and then like mobile games. Isn't that wild? Oh, thanks, Jethro. Isn't that a wild concept? Flex Ferris, thank you very much for the follow. Isn't that weird?
I'll keep my floor charged. Return soon.
Perhaps there's treasure in here.
That really jiminied my crickets. That really Solomoned my Grundy. What? You've never... It really rumpled my stilt skin. It really jimmied my Russells. It really crocodiled my Dundee. Oh, man. It really housed my representatives. It really supremed my court. That sounds like really bad. Supreming one's court sounds challenging in ways I'm finding it difficult to fully articulate. What up, Taco Man? How you doing? Really chucked my Norris, yeah. It really Ferris Buellered my day off. Why don't you just do the exploit? Why don't I just break terms of service on stream as a Diablo partner in front of everybody with a live recording? It's a difficult question to ask, but I think if you explore it in a little bit more detail, you might find the answer. Looking for any company with the dungeons? So I'm like never looking for a company ever, but I'm not opposed to people being in this group right now. I'm just getting some Optus site. So if people want to just send me an invite, feel free to do so. Well, that's like sometimes I'm trying to be efficient in hordes, and that's when I would go out of my way to invite people along for something. This does beg a great question. Like, if I know I'm going to be doing this for a while, why do I not just invite people into chat? Like, people would just like being in my stream more often. It would be free. Other people would get benefits that I can confer to them. I just don't think about these things. So I just start doing stuff. That's a great question, though. Yeah, if anybody wants to be here, you can. Exclamation point tag on Twitch. I should put my tag in the description. You know what? This is really making me have a lot of thoughts. Thanks for broaching the subject. First off, here you go. Yeah. go. Also, thanks for the likes on the YouTube channel. I didn't even have to ask. I think Shadow Blight is stronger than new dot wave. Not currently. But yeah, just add me if anybody wants to hop in. Exclamation point tag. I'm just gonna be running this for a while to get some obdicite. And I'm not looking to think. So if the question is, why are we not being more efficient? It's because I'm not thinking. I'm just kind of chit-chatting while I run through stuff and do content. There's time for efficiency, and then there's just time for just kind of casually playing the video game, you know? I want whatever that thing is. But yeah, you can just join on me. My invites are open. With intelligence and Colas blood enough to change from Ebon Piercer? Yeah. An amulet that just says GA intelligence and any other stats is good enough. Quantum my soulless. I'll quantum your soulless. But yeah, if anybody wants to join on me, feel free to do so. Once you get me added, you can just request join and it'll auto add you. It says I'm busy right now. That's powerful. Doesn't show you as on. Oh. Oh, is it because I'm in one of these? I think it's because I'm in one of these. All right, let me finish this and then we'll get people in here. It really masterworked my crit. Ladies. Okay, Grim. Grim, okay. Okay, Grim. Grim, okay. First off, calm down. All right. I literally have video guides teaching people how to find the crit. So, which one of us has the chops? Which one of us should have the benefit of that doubt? All right. Put some respect on my game. If you added int Ebon Piercer, would that make it too overpowered? Yes. Ebon Piercer is already like often considered as a valid replacement just because of the Reaper's Pursuit on it, and if you happen to do shadow damage, the Gloom ranks. Because of how insane a GA on it is. Anything else would just be kind of ludicrous, to be honest. Uniques really shouldn't just have 4 of the best in slot stats on them. Because that's not unique. That's just legendary, but better. See if you can join at this point. No, you can't. Interesting. Efficient to add checkpoints. Yeah, that's what we've all been asking for. It's like, oh, save last stat worked really good for re-rolling stats. We should probably just implement it across the board with anything that has an RNG outcome. Masterworking and what's it called? It was like hold my beer. Damn. Got a lot of crap on the ground. Huge loot. Hello. It's like almost interesting. I've been interested in exploring. I've been interested in exploring brain do the thought of Lockrins. There we go. Ooh, I finally got a GA on attack speed, girl. Finally got a GA on attack speed, girl.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Girl. Blood builds do anything? Great question. We're gonna try to figure it out. Alright. Before we start up the next dungeon, I'm gonna grab some aqua. Un momento, por favor. Conjugation didn't make sense. You would never say, I drink. You would say, I need to drink. It should have been, necesito beber. Ay, Dios mío. Amulet? Bat amulet? That's a lot of GAs. Yeah. Nada. Not nothing. GA on it, good enough. And a bunch of nothing. It sucks when you need to check non-ancestral amulets. And go check my little guy. If anybody else would like to join it, we're just going to run strong rooms for Obdicite. Exclamation point tag. It's also in the description on YouTube. You just add me, let me know, and you can just join right on. You don't have to do anything. My invites are open. If anybody's trying to play this Biblio Blame. Oh, pretty good little ring. Grumpy, it's in the description on YouTube. At least they should maybe decrease. Do I think at least they should maybe decrease the costs from 8 to 12 a little bit? I do not believe so, no. Especially if they're going to add checkpoints. Crash burn. Crash burn. Get crash burn in here. Be wild. Joined the party. Crash burn. Oh, that's be wild. All right. Start a new one. Let's watch. Huh. All right. Zoop. Super Toscani. I got a text message from a number I don't know. Check it out. It says, hello. I'm not going to answer that. Oddly enough, I'm not going to answer that. Look at all these little skeletons. If anybody finds the strong room, please announce it. You just type it into group chat and I'll try to pay attention to the best of my ability. I have an event on me. Wow, what a bad event. I'm starting to think most events are bad. Like, what are we doing here?
I beg you.
6 seconds of legit doing nothing. Every 8 seconds is wild. Like, what's the... That can't be it. You guys didn't want to wait in this bad event? Get this chest? Crazy. Being considered, or they were confirmed? They're not confirmed at all, but they are absolutely being considered. It's like the most requested function. It is the thing that the developers have heard from us the most. But in the same day, the question was, should this thing happen? And also, should this other thing happen? And I don't think that both of those things should happen. I do think that the game does not generate gold enough. Like, you just don't get enough gold to play this game. And it's kind of insane when you think about, like, the sources of gold that exist. But that's like... That is the only current resource which I think does not properly get like adequate avenues for being able to farm it, especially now with the recent change to Forgotten Souls. But I'm coming from a blaster perspective as well. But it's kind of interesting. It's like, I think that it is nearly impossible for the developers to hit the sweet spot on any of these things without trivializing all of it. Because what I find very interesting is, I think that that only blasters, meaning people who are like playing this game for multiple hours every day and are trying to do like max level pit pushes, even remotely need to triple masterwork their gear at all. Now, that doesn't mean that other people shouldn't get to be able to do it, but it's like people who need it, like, most people don't re-roll their amulet 500 times. They just get an amulet that's good enough, and they might take a couple pops at re-rolling it, and then they like don't look at their amulet ever again. Most people don't try to triple masterwork crit on the primary stat of a piece of gear at all. So like they don't re-roll their weapons masterworks 500 times. So the question becomes, is the game not supporting something enough? Or is the way the game is being played outside of, like, people don't need a perfect crafted amulet in Diablo 2. To play the most optimal version of a build possible, you do, but not really, right? Like, very few builds need a 215 plus FCR amulet. The only ones that do are like hyper specific PvP builds, and people who want to be able to roll an additional magic find affix on a ring or some shit. But people will craft 1,000 amulets, but they choose to do that. But for some reason, it's different in Diablo 4. And there's so much more nuance to that. I'm not looking to hyper reduce it. But speaking to just that part of it, like the level of engagement with gear for the purposes of optimizing. For some reason, it is like okay in Diablo 2 that it is purely a flight of fancy and you will probably never experience it. But in Diablo 4, it is like a development failure. And I think it really just comes down to like why that is a truth, because I think it is a truth. But why I think it is a truth comes down to how it doesn't feel like there are other things to do. And I mean like item-wise, gear-wise, and build-wise. And I'm starting to think well, is that true? People will sacrifice damage output for speed. But that's about it. Like, that's the only thing that will disincentivize somebody from only building damage. And the only way to continue to build damage, like the only way to continue to progress, is to attempt to perfect roll on items, and is to attempt to find multiple GA items, and is to attempt to perfect masterwork crit on them. But I do think that's like a massive outlier of anybody even trying to do that. And the game doesn't need to continuously like attempt to like placate, like to trivialize and placate that part of the chase, because without that, then what do you have? But one thought I was having recently, which I found a little bit scary because I was so adamant against it, is maybe the answer is magic find. Like maybe you do just need a stat that makes you efficient in a way that damage can't make you efficient, which you are rewarded for building into. Like maybe that's the only, like maybe ARPGs just need that because it is the only way to do it. And we like haven't found a better way to do it. But I don't like that answer because Magic Find comes along with its own like massive set of issues. Yeah, Magic Find has so many issues that just chalking it up as some kind of like godsend fix for itemization just doesn't really work. But I can't think of an alternative. Corrupted Legend, thank you for the follow. Oh, there's a chest. No. Yeah. I don't have like a better answer. Sent you requests? Gotcha. Huh? Yeah, just go ahead and add join up. Why am I so slow? Click the button. You know the best farm? Belial. Belial's the best farm for every unique. Other than the ones which drop in Infernal Hordes. But there aren't bosses which have different weights for different mythics. Just Belial has the best chance of seeing a mythic. That wasn't you? Doesn't matter what tier. Torment 4. Muscle trees. I've added all the requests. Whoever gets in gets in. Looking at regular amulets because I can't find one with stuff that I need. You're in? Nice. Nice. Strongram.
Greetings.
KRS. Son las 5:07. I need to put a cult. I need to redo. Everybody, I need to redo my aspects real quick. So y'all keep doing it. I'll be right back. Yes, you can also get mythics from your obols. You actually don't even need to do like the item. It's just you. Anytime you gamble, you have a random chance of it being a mythic. Pretty cool. Excuse me. We're in the strong room. You get your curse on the floor like that? It's the aspect cursed aura. Barely getting back in? Well, welcome back on in. Let me know if you have any other questions. Yeah, gambling's actually good now. Get over here. Bang. Bang. Oh, somebody has been this way, I see. See, I see. I see, I say her. Oh, it was an event. Ha 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 ha, an event. Don't even do it most of them. You keep the best one and you get rid of the rest. You save the best one of each kind just in case you want to try out a build. Look at all of these mages, baby. Yes, this is good. Yeah, you can sell them for gold as well. A good use of them.
Impressive.
Trade stuff, no idea. You just go to Diablo.trade and you mess around with it for long enough. Everybody always has this anxiety paralysis of like, well, I don't know what to sell it for. You just look at what it has sold for recently and you just put it up for that. Doesn't matter what that price is. Doesn't matter if you could have gotten more gold. You just sell it immediately. If you want to sell it even faster, you look up what it just sold for and you just put it up for slightly less. And then you don't stress about it and it doesn't matter.
Well done.
And if you get less than what it's worth, it also doesn't matter. I have it active on my tree. How come mine is not showing? The aspect is cursed aura. You have to put the aspect on. It's not in your skill tree. You imprint it onto a legendary piece of gear. Trade thing was in-game? Oh no, in-game trade sucks. The only good trading is on Diablo.trade, which is a website. In-game trading is the worst. You just let me leave the dungeon. How the fuck does this make the gameplay loop better? I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. Not interesting. It just pisses me off. I never got Variana's final cash. Let's go, baby. Huge. Gotta craft sigils.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
When's the last time you crafted a Nightmare Dungeon sigil? Not endless gates. Goodbye. None of these are anything? How insane is that? That's okay. I am not upset. I just want you to be able to get the information you need. And I'm an asshole. Ooh, perfect title. Yeah. It turns out none of these matter. It doesn't matter which ones you click. Turns out these don't matter. It doesn't matter which ones you click. Oh, how is that possible? Why would it ever be true? It doesn't matter which ones you click. None of them positively or negatively impact your ability to do the thing. That could never be true. Wap, 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 wap. Where is the boss? Doodly doo. It's all the way down here. La la la. Absolute. Finally found necrobility. You can say it's fun. Hell yeah, Swiggy. That's awesome. I was having a really good time on it. It feels so good in the pit. Like, it's just good. It's just easy and good and powerful and good. Now, is it upsetting to me that the best Corpse Explosion build isn't Corpse Explosion, but is instead Shadow Blight? Yes. Is that build's fault? I mean, no. Use the Watchman key to enter the Grotto of the Watchman. The Watchman. I'm not getting notifications. What is this? Oh, it's the blood blisters I'm getting indicators for. That's fine. Everyone to the Watchman key, Watchman door, where the Watchmen are. Oh no. We were waylaid by ne'er-do-wells. Want to trade tributes for Ahu and Igni. Haste. Mage is worth it? Ah, yes. Mages is a great build. It's just kind of good for everything. All right, how's Obdicite looking? Can I make a blood build? We can. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. I'm gonna start doing the screw-in is what they call it. That's what they call it. Doing the screw-in. I'm gonna screw-to-do the looty-do.
Impressive. I appreciate that.
Thanks for running, everybody. Appreciate y'all. Feel free to keep running together, by the way. They distinctly do not call it that. Prove it. Prove it in court. Prove it in court, lawyer. You think you're so lawyered up? Prove it in court. Charging $3 billion for an Ascendance tribute spot? Based.
Took much from me, boy. But I think a demon took more from you.
I think these people got the right idea.
I've been practicing.
Gear.
Did I count it out right?
Victory strike. Hello?
I like seeing what Papa's friends are like.
There we go. What I'm talking about, baby. These are all rings. Find it weird that they're all rings. All right, let's talk about Blood Surge. The only one that I think might be a little bit interesting. I need Cruor. I have one Cruor's Embrace. Well, at least it's goaded out of its gourd. Jesus. Oh, my body. Chris. You donate a Cruor's? You cannot, but thank you. I don't want it.
Always stay connected to your journey.
No. Have I tried Mage Build with a one-hander and an offhand? I've not. But it might be good for speed farming. These boots, of course. Oh, the amulet I've been waiting to use. Oh, wait, has this? Hold on. That's still kind of fine, though. It's not, actually. Back in the kiln. That's a maybe. Where's the other one? I had another one with like good stats on it. Nice, Nukem. I think you'll have fun with it. Is it Banished Lords because I don't have a better amulet? That'd be insane, wouldn't it? Everybody would make fun of me. They'd all laugh. They'd all laugh. Go, ha ha. Look at this. This small man with his small hands. That's one of them. This is one of them. Yeah, what up, Frosty? Ah, Frosty. You missed some grade A yapping. You would have really frostied my LaRue. These little hands he's got. Okay. So we got that, and then what do we use for a weapon? Hold on. Let's consult Saura. Let us consult. The answer is going to be a one-hander and an offhand. It's going to piss me off. Ugh. Push. Sacrificial? Hmm. I also need a Ring of Starless Skies, which I do not have. Really frosting my LaRue over here. Indira's? Oh, I super don't think that this is best in slot anymore. There's no way this is best in slot. Seven ranks to Tides of Blood, sure. We already get a lot of ranks to Tides of Blood. And what is it? 5 per? $2.8 versus a $35 is 55. It's equal to 2.8 divided by. Yeah, it's just not. Because this goes from 90 to 180, which is a 2.8. You lose 7, which is 35, so it's 55. Is 55 is 110. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's just mathematically, it's just not.
Blessed above all others be the hour when you remember to remember me.
Blood Wave with the pants and focus bone damage too. You can, it's just worse. Blade Shadow Blight, good for a pit, not good outside a pit. Yeah. That's why it's low on the tier list for everything else, and why I explained that in the video. It's very bad for other content. Kind of like Bone Spirit in that way. Great for pit, bad for everything else. Turns out ramping damage is very bad for most things. That's why dot builds are typically bad for speed farming as well.
So, here we go.
Yeah, it's definitely not Indira's. This is just strictly wrong. I was going to say, unless the build is doing something crazy like using Blood Wave. Pants can be good for Spirit Wave. I think no, Spirit Wave is not a thing anymore. A crit chance? Oh, because you don't have crit chance here? I think you still rock tendrils. Do I need to do a one-hander and an offhand? I'd rather not. As partial re-ask a question on console when you have men down to plays as 6995. I have one and you can show you. Yeah, you can post. You can post a picture to the Discord, Blasphemite. Hola, Supremo. Thank you very much, friend. Appreciate that. Nice haircut. Thank you. I did it myself. It would have to be in game. How would I see that it's wrong in game? Like if I will see a 6995, how would we prove that it's different on console? Log in on PC and log in on console? Well, I'm not gonna do that. I don't own a console. You can do this thing and you can post pictures for it. But there's no way for me to participate in this. Ah, I see it now. Okay, there we go. We got it figured out. It's this embed is an old embed, but the actual planner itself for the actual build is accurate. I figured that out. Dope. I don't want to use a one-hander and an offhand. I just don't want to. I also hate that blood builds just don't have aspects. Welcome home. is grinding for the new gear of Shadowblight actually worth it when the old gear is almost perfectly rolled? That is a question that only you can answer. The only difference, though, is an amulet. Corpse Explosion doing double damage and Corpse Explosion size work on Bladed Corpse Explosion? Yes. Have you tried Blade of Zir and minion builds? No, because it's not a minion sword. If you already have a lot of ranks in a passive granting you a multiplier, getting more ranks in it is significantly weaker than just getting a new multiplier entirely. And utilizing a weapon which does lower base damage, does not offer a significantly different amount of stats or additive damage, loses you a temper, and doesn't grant you an aspect that multiplies your main damage, is just significantly weak. Free Tribute of Ascendance if you want a different shot. Nice. Yeah, we could definitely do that. I don't want to use these. I don't want to. And I'm not going to. I'm not even going to build into Overpower. You can't make me. You prefer Curse Aspect over the Moon Pants? No, I use that on speed farming. You just need a ring of... I just need a ring of Starless, guys. I just need one. I only have one spark. I would get another spark if I did this. And then what are the runes? But finding an amulet with Kolos blood? Oh yeah, you don't need that. Perfect gear is... So, a perfect Ebon Piercer is significantly weaker than getting just a GA on int in any passive and then adding on damned aspect to the ring slot. What up, Shingoku? Ohm? Is Bone Spear that bad this season? I don't know what that bad refers to, but it is the amount of powerful that it is, and a very clunky build to play. Want to run the tributes now? I would love to run the tributes. If the tributes could give me a chance at getting this Ring of Starless guys, I would love to. I would be super stoked to do so. Got 3 ohms? Nah, I appreciate it, but thank you.
Give it a go.
I could just go buy the runes. I just don't want to. And if I run a two-hander, I don't have to. Oh, that's not technically true, but it's kind of true. Going on you? Nice. So Morton has some United tributes that we're going to be running. If people want to pop in and run them, you can just join in. You could say thank you to Morton if you'd like to. Is this you? Is this you, Martin? This has got to be you. Who else would be using the cool steampunk? I love that hat so much. I also like how your weapon transmog just doesn't stay. But anybody else wants to join? All you have to do, you just join on me. Sorry, hold on. If anybody else would like to join. Guess we go? Yeah, we go. Work done. Time to go binge some salmon. Ooh. Pretty damn new to D4. Is it normal to be completely clueless at first? Yeah, it's normal to be completely clueless in any video game that you're new to. I would just say make sure to read tooltips, read skills, know that your skill tree has a search function. I would highly recommend using some build guides to get an understanding of what typically goes together. You don't have to be married to them, but just to see what typically gets used together to get a better understanding of like how the game works and why the game works that way. Understand that the stat sheet overinflates how much damage you have because it applies multipliers to that number. That's not real. It's not true. It's not how the game works. Oh, and if you crit, all of your damage is crit damage. If you overpower, all of your damage is overpower damage. Things that say increase your crit damage don't only apply to things that say give you crit damage. What else? Slower weapons have higher base damage. That's why they're used on everything. That's why you don't use a sword over an axe in most cases. If you're playing Necromancer, no, you will not use minions on a build unless it is a minion build. What else? Blood Surge minions isn't a build, no matter how bad you want it to be. Your Paragon boards spin, and that's why yours look different than the ones in build guides. Trying to think of like all the noob traps. You lose 250 armor and 25% all resistance when you move from a torment tier into a higher one. Yes, you need to be capped on both of them in the newest torment tier to be able to survive easily. Most of the time, the best build that you see on a pit pushing tier list is very bad for doing other content. So it is not smart to build into the highest build on a tier list. Instead, look at a speed farming tier list and you'll have a much better time. Oh, all right, we're done. Y'all, we can just run to the end. If you see a goblin, kill it. Yeah, I think those were all like the basic noob traps. Oh yeah, attack power doesn't mean anything. It, like, literally nothing. Increasing it is bad. Don't worry about that. Literally don't look at that stat. It actually means absolutely nothing. So all of our build guides on max roll have full progression, starting from leveling builds all the way to endgame. Yes, I have a bias because I work for max roll. I'm a class lead for max roll. I have a bias, absolutely. I think that we have the best guides because we actually tailor it to all steps of progression. We put in more time and more effort. That's just what comes out of it. If you only look at endgame build guides, you'll get a very weird sense of like what is important for a build. And it's typically not accurate. Got a shot of false death? Nice. Yo, what up, Die? Hammer of the Ancients Barbarian. I don't play the Barb, but luckily all the build guides on Max Roll are written by absolutely fantastic people who are very deep. Who are very, very, very deep into the Barb. So check out the leveling guide, check out the endgame guide. Start with the starter variant and move on from there. Even from an interface alone, Max Roll is superior. Mobile X has some nice things, but the interface is terrible. I won't shit on anybody else's like tools or anything. I will say that I think that Max Roll is the best, and I think it's obvious when you look at the guides. Again, hyper biased, not pretending like I'm not. How you doing, Die? But I'm damn proud of the work that we do. Thank you very much, man. That's kind of you. Yeah, clicking that subscribe button on YouTube. That's like the best. That's the best thing anybody can do. If you're watching on YouTube right now and you haven't subscribed to the channel and you've watched for more than 5 minutes, you are legally obligated to click the subscribe button. That's not me. That's YouTube. I didn't come up with that right now just to incentivize you. But you will be hearing from my lawyers, obviously. No, but if you are new here and you haven't clicked the button, it would mean the world to me. It helps me out so much. vibes-based DPS from attack power, you're not wrong. I wish I could get a ring of starless skies. That would be chill. Wow, wow, wow. I wish I could get a ring of starless skies. That would be chill. Wada-wap, wap, wada-wap. I was gonna play Blood Surge, but I need a Starless Skies. Ooh, ooh. Gonna masterwork. Crit on the chance. But I need Starless Skies. Ah da 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 da. Can't even try the build, and I know why. Why, man? Hey, hey, I need Starless Skies. I need Starless Skies. I need Starless Skies. Da 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 da. Where is Frosty when you need him? Frosty, somebody summon Frosty back and get him to clip my OG original remix of Afroman's Because I Got High, but into I Need Starless Skies, please? Please? Please let this make it into a video? I'm begging you? Brother? Birthday brother man? I do need Ring of Starless Skies, and I just can't play the build without it. There's not enough multipliers available, and I'll be too weak in comparison. I got 2 GA pants. That's like getting a mythic. Leave dungeon not available? What? Order K. Man, I'm hungry. I was removed from the party. Do I not have channel memberships on YouTube? I do. Oxide got it. Also, I appreciate the implication. Thank you very much, William, for becoming a real one on YouTube. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you. I appreciate it. We all set? We are. Vámonos. A las starless skies. Corday. I wish I could roll my R's just so I could say run correctly in Spanish. Corday. 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 I sound like I'm saying Corday. I remember Corday. He had a pretty decent album. My only issue with them
Greetings.
is he sounds very much like a kid who's trying to impress his older cousin, and I can't get that out of my head. And like, he doesn't deserve that disrespect from me. I do not seek to diminish his life experience in any way. I just can't get it out of my head. And I'm hoping that in a little bit that stops being the case. Because he's a great lyricist. He has a cool sound. He clearly has the respect of the old heads. and I like them. It's just hard. It's just hard for me to take them very seriously. Yeah, thank you very much, William. Y'all ain't dumbasses. Me having more knowledge about a thing than somebody else does not diminish their intelligence. What's the point of knowledge if not to share it with those who yearn for it? Descartes said that. No, he didn't. I don't know why I just lied. I mean, they might have said that. I don't know. But it sounds cooler when you apply the fallacy of ancient wisdom. A sacrilegious soul suck, and I know why. Why, man? Hey, hey. Doesn't scale your damage. It automates suboptimal play, so if what you're looking to do is to create a more lazy gameplay style, that is true, but I can never justify telling you that it is good, but people want to hear that it is good and that it will not reduce their damage output, but they simultaneously know that they want to be playing a lazy build. So the simultaneous irony, yet seeking to dispel the irony and to set a new truth for a thing, is always very confusing to me. I do not know why people want me to sign off on them wanting to be lazy. Just do it if you want to. You don't need my blessing. Why is it that we feel bad about wanting to have a thing, but will continue to want it? Why do we seek to validate things that we know that are invalid? Yeah. Ooh, little sanguivore. Little sanguivore. That's how I say it. I say sanguivore. Thank you very much, Martin. I appreciate you. I'm hungry. Hey, getting a spark out of 3 is pretty nice. I'm hungry. All right. Okay. Oh, mama. I shouldn't be hungry. Well, you know what? I didn't really eat as much as I typically do. I think I only ate like 900 calories. All right. I'm leaving y'all again. I'm leaving y'all again. Y'all can't force me to stay here. Damn, I have so many runes that aren't good runes.
Goodbye.
Okay. What if I just did like one Belial? What if I just real quick just did a quick one. Just a little Belial. Just a... Did I consider your message? I'm not sure what your message was, Jackson. So I guess the answer is no. But not as a choice. I just don't know what it was. Hey, thank you, Goat. Goat, recognize Goat. What if I just ran one little Belial? Just a little one.
Be crushed like the insects you are. The only truth is what I say.
Give you runes. Ah, no thank you. Who drops Crew Wars? Gotta be Lord Zero, right?
I'm glad you got that.
Reality is such a threat.
Let's go. All right. Let's roll. Do 2 Belials, get a mythic. Turn that baby into a starless skies. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Easy. 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 I needed Ring of Starless Skies. Good luck next time. Just got your Necromancer build going last night. The build guide actually says to temper summon damage and not skeleton. Is there a reason? Yes, there's currently a bug that makes summon damage worth twice its value. Nice, baby. If you don't want to min-max for a bug, just do skeleton mage damage. The difference is like 3% damage. It like so doesn't matter.
Come, be crushed like the insects you are.
We gotta put the best thing because it is the best thing, but like it just doesn't matter. Yeah. Belial jail. Belial jail.
To see you again. This realm will be.
Oh, if anybody wants me to carry them in Belial, you can also join on me. I don't know how long I'm gonna do it for, but you can join if you'd like. Belial jail. Belial jail. Everybody hates Belial jail.
Reality is such a fragile thing.
Two GA gloves? That's twice as many GAs as I currently have. Nice. Oh my god, Jeweled Guardians are here. Yes, Jay. All right, we're back. What up, Buddha? You can join right now. Exclamation point tag. Jail, jail, jail. Jail, jail, jail. Jail, 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 jail. What are you farming for? Mythics. Jail, 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 jail. Would you say the gap is between Shadowblade and Scaly Mages right now? Estimated percentages? 2 pit tiers. So 1.28 to the 2.
Be crushed like the insects you are. Even the ground beneath your feet can't be trusted.
Wish they had some more builds up in that range. We have like five builds up in that range. We have a ton of builds up in that range. So there's Overpower Bloodwave, there's Dot Bloodwave, there is Minions, the 2 different kinds of Minions. Shadowblight, Sever did over like 103. Maybe it did like 105. We have like a ton of builds in the A tier. Unless you only mean in contention for the top spot, which... Sure. I've always found that a little bit silly just because, like... It's not possible in a video game to do that, but... If we had, like, a utopic experience of video games, I guess it is possible.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
What do I hope for in Season 10? In-game trading. Infernal Hordes to feel more engaging and less kind of just like I'm doing nothing. And, that's kind of it.
My hammer sings.
Oh, and just like the overall, I guess the overall experience of the game to feel better, like better drop, like the pit should drop more ancestrals than it does. It's hilarious that I spend 50 minutes playing a pit tier in like the high, you know, above 100, and my reward is nothing other than experience. It seems very silly. If it's going to drop items, it should drop better items. Massive shakeup of the skill tree, not next season. That is something that is coming and does not currently have a set date. But we know that there are big changes coming before the expansion and during the expansion. Those are public statements which have been made.
Is such a fragile thing.
I think they will ever remove the +1 passives on Shroud. I think they will remove Shroud of False Death entirely from the game. That is, I think, the only way forward for that item. Because without the passives, you would never use it. It's a trash item. Its only purpose is to give you the +1 to all passive ranks. Like, this item sucks. All stats, max life, additive damage that never matters, and resource gen. And then you gain stealth and movement speed. That's not a... I wouldn't even equip this during the interim. I think the item just, like, needs to be removed entirely.
Why fight when surrendering is so much sweeter?
Yeah, but people like max roll like having items rarity. I don't know what that means. Also, max roll is not... This isn't Citizens United. Max roll is not a pedestal. The creators on max roll all have very, very different opinions about what the game should and should not look like. We often do not agree. Raxantrax? Raxantrax is not max roll. Raxantrax is a guy named Rax. He's one guy. saying Raxantrax's max roll. Both, like, is weird. That doesn't really make sense. But also, I'm still not sure what the statement, like having items rarity, means. Look at that triple GA Ring of Mendel. Damn. What if they give it a damage multiplier while being in stealth? Then only the rogue would ever benefit from it? Which would be a weird mythic item to have. On his last video, he hoped for less item drops. Yeah. Less items dropping would be pretty good. Less items, but them being of more value. I think most people agree with that. Is there a reason why this Ring of Mendeln is on the ground? Probably a dumb question, but why no Witherboard? I think that you can figure out this answer, Rude. So, what I think would be a really good mental exercise is you tell me what the Witherboard is meant to confer to the build. First gain stealth, then attack again. So you go into, so you don't attack for 2 seconds, you gain stealth when you do a single attack. That attack gets a multiplier. That just wouldn't see use. Mythic items are too easy to get. That's accurate. Didn't say it was meta. Well, it would have, so sure. I think it is a bad idea because it will not see use outside of only the rogue, and I don't think that it offers I don't believe that that offers like a meaningful mythic unique item experience, unless we want to start class tailoring mythics, which is not a terrible idea. But I don't think that that change, like, I don't think if you took off the +1 to passives and you made that change, anybody would ever use the item. Ooh. Activate all stats? Yeah, but you can get all stats elsewhere. And if everybody can only activate their Paragon from having only this one stat on an item, that is equally indicative of a problem. Oh, I have a better Sanguivore. Rip.
See some steel unique. My hammer sings on your return.
Don't agree with mythics being easy to get unless you have billions to get the runes for them. I think we're then having a very different conversation, which is the, like, you get 2 free mythics a season, basically. 2 chances at a best in slot piece of gear that can be used on every single build that you, again, like, get for free. I don't know how else you would describe that other than easy, and that is ignoring being able to farm for them as well. Being able to craft a perfect mythic for you, yes, is harder. But this also speaks again to like the idea of expectation.
I will drape this world in dark.
Like you can trivialize Torment 4 content, including single player Belial kills without mythics. So the mythic is there to be a chase item to perfect a build. So are we saying getting a mythic isn't easy, or are we saying finding a perfect mythic for my build is not easy?
Come, be crushed like the insects you are. This realm.
What 2 free mythics are you referring to? The Resplendent Sparks that you get. You get one from doing Season's Journey, you get one from doing the seasonal quest line, you get one from killing Lilith. If you get a mythic that you do not want, you also then get to vendor it, so you get 2 pulls. You get 2 pulls, and if you still don't get something that you like, you get another Resplendent Spark. That is 2 mythics. Actually, 2.5 mythics. I'd call that pretty easy. Thank you for coming through, Morton. And that's, yeah, if that's also if you don't just want to put aside like a perfect set of twink gear and then just like hard farm seasonal quest line on alts. Isn't that only a thing about seasons only? Well, yeah, the conversation becomes like insanely difficult to quantify when we talk about Eternal, because in Eternal, if you actually have a character that you care about in Eternal, you've been playing that since the game came out. You probably have hundreds of copies of Mythics at that point. Did they change getting a spark from the journey I just completed on alt and didn't get a spark? You don't get, well, it's from doing the seasonal quest line. Right? Doing the board.
My hammer sings on your return.
And this is also all ignoring like farming bosses and rolling from mythics that you get from there too. Oh, also the tributes that also have like an insanely high mythic chance. Like expecting to have the mythics for your build should indicate just how easy it is to get them if you are like seriously playing the game. I just don't know how else you would categorize the difficulty of it. Eckler, thank you for the follow. What gems do I use? Topaz? Although I don't believe that that's the question that you're hoping to get answered. But that is the answer to the question that you asked. Jewels? Well, it depends on your build. You don't just use the same jewels for everything. But on a minion build, you use the Reverie Horn, Scornful Light, and Idle Fumblin. It is ridiculous that I haven't dropped another mythic yet. I've done, what, 25 Belials? Is my build triple crit on my gear? No, I never triple crit on my gear. I don't have time for that. 4 GA gloves! Hell yeah. Let's fucking fight about it. Let's fight about it in public. Hell yeah. I don't care who you are. 4GA is exciting.
The hammer sings on your return.
Give us a quest line to kill the Ubers, and after that we no longer have to do their phases. Well, that already exists in the game. Killing the bosses gives you the chance of fighting Belial, and then fighting Belial, you just fight Belial.
Be crushed like the insects you are. Seeing is this.
Am I satisfied with the current drop rate of what? Of mythics? Yeah. I think it's like far too common. One shot the bosses I need to one shot. Sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I do not understand this fascination with like wanting to just ignore the content. Yeah, that's what I got. I know that people want that. I don't understand it. I'm good. That's all Belial is? No, I'm killing Belial because he has the best drop rates and I can pick any boss. Like, it is strictly better to kill Belial than it is to kill Duriel and Dariel or Harbinger.
Shoes and nails. What do you need?
If Belial didn't have better drop rates, then that statement would be true. hundreds of Belial. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, getting a bunch of Belial farms, like. Oh, hold on.
Beneath your feet can't be trusted.
So. Well, hold on.
I appreciate that.
It's. We're talking about a person who is playing solo self-found and is so strong that it can one-tap T4 bosses. And also still needs to farm bosses?
Be crushed like the insects you
Any tips for killing Harbinger with mages? Get good at dodging effects and actually use the balls that Jesus drops for you. That Aslan drops for you. You're the best drop racer. No. You're missing the implication of the question. It's a completely solo self-found character who is so strong that it's able to one-shot the T4 bosses, but still needs to farm the bosses. I'm trying to understand like the demographic of player. I'm not saying it's a liar. I'm trying to understand like the criteria. Like I'm trying to figure out what group of players would be served by being able to just ignore the fact that the bosses have phases. Andaril's pretty easy this season, Rick. You use the Thunderous Particle. And this gets rid of the suppressor effects around the little idols. Is it solo self-found if you trade husks? No.
Your bones betray you. They shall soon serve me.
Solo self-found both means that you play by yourself and you do not trade. Now it's self-imposed, so like it's whatever that person thinks it is. There isn't some god that like comes down and judges how you play the game. Let's fucking go! Oh!
That was not bad. Impressive.
Ah!
Well done.
Huge. Now I can leave. And now I literally never have to do it ever again. Huge. Now, do I salvage it, buy the runes, and then try to craft a better one? How many did that take? 28 kills? Do I think that mythics are too plentiful? I generated 3 mythics in an hour. Not even farming at maximum capacity. Now, this is obviously an incredibly small data set, but like, this is not uncommon. So yeah, I think they're a little bit too easy to get. And also, before you start adding me, I've also gone like 50 kills without seeing one. Don't fucking at me. It's RNG. I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It's easier to get mythics than a good amulet, and I think that says a lot. Yeah, I get that, Toxin. It's, I guess... So here's the only thing, though. Belial is the only boss that has increased mythic drop rate at this point, right? Did I try Blood Lance yet? I have not. How many? I believe this. Mythic drop rate Diablo 4. Wasn't there a change to it? Yes. The other bot, so only Belial has an increased mythic drop rate. So Indarial Duriel used to have higher drop rates. With the addition of Belial, they changed that. That is my understanding. More reason to drop the mechanics? I don't track that logic actually at all. Like, bosses don't only serve the purpose. Yes, you do get better drops if you're in a party because you quite literally get more items. Bosses don't only serve the purpose of somebody who already trivialized them mass farming them for hours on end. They are like literal progression gates through difficulty and reward. And when you are fighting them, when you're not one-shotting them, they feel very engaging. And the game only ever tailoring to the hyper blasters, who again are already killing the bosses as fast as physically possible, wanting to just not even have to fight the boss. When the statement is, I'm killing the boss as fast as possible, but I could kill them faster, I think they should just get rid of them, is like kind of silly. Put it behind a challenge each season. I would say, what kind of challenge do you believe could exist in the game where you feel like it would be a fair compensation to the person? Kill each of the bosses 100 times. So, do you get how quickly that would just devolve to bosses just shouldn't have mechanics? Like, do you know how pissed you would have to be? You know how pissed you would, like this statement out loud. Kill each boss 100 times. Like, sincerely. Like really, like, let's stop and think about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One of them being Belial. Killing 900 bosses in a season. To then be able to farm them more. If you can legitimately tell me that you think that anybody kills 900 bosses in a season? Oh, even just ones with mechanics. 300 bosses in a season. At that point, if that person doesn't have mythics, they've missed them. They've done something wrong. So, like, what number starts to make it be reasonable? 20 times? If you kill this boss 20 times, it no longer has phases. I mean, sure, but then the question is, why have phases at all? And I think it's just like a non-issue. Like, I think it's okay that the game has stuff in it and we don't just get to ignore it. And if you don't need the loot from the bosses, just kill the other bosses. But my question is like, why are we? So I understand that the previous one was that they had the increase, but at this point they are just bosses that just have a loot table. I don't know, man. Yeah. I just fundamentally disagree with the idea of just get rid of phases because like incredibly unrealistic amounts of killing bosses would want to go faster. No, Jacksaw, the question isn't not kill Belial. It's not want to do Indariel, Duriel, and Harbinger, which you just don't have to do them. And unless you are trying to get very specifically their loot table. I think it's just fine that they have like I sincerely think it's just fine. You don't have to do them if you have a billion husks. No, you don't have to do them like so there's like 3 goalposts here that makes it a little bit difficult to engage with this topic. The topic is there should be a challenge which you can accomplish that makes it so that 3 bosses no longer have phases because you want to farm mythics faster. But understanding that they don't have higher mythic drop rates, only Belial does, the question becomes, if you don't need their loot, why fight them? Have a good one, Martin. You did Belial 300 runs and you never dropped an Uber. What did you do wrong? You installed a version of this game that is like so statistically improbable of existing that you just got fucked by RNG. So is the goalpost, I want to get mythics and I'm solo self-found and I can one-shot T4 bosses, but I still need loot from Duriel? Also, the mini Belial spawn rate is like not low as fuck. Like, I like also killed bosses before just getting husks off a trade site this season. We got like a very good amount of Belials in small batches of boss runs. For 20 Belials? That's a really good amount of Belials. Like, so the other part of it too is like choosing to play solo self-found when bosses very specifically are better with more people in your party. Like, choosing to play solo self-found is like an intentional challenge version of the game. And the game should never be balanced towards solo self-found, because then non-solo self-found is a complete joke. So playing from the bias of intentionally limiting your efficiency and then going, I do want it to be like better and faster, will lead to trivialization of the game outside of that like restriction. With all the duped items in the game, non-solo self found is a joke. No, that's like a very black and white understanding of the universe, right? Like, I have traded for 2 pieces of gear, and one of them was this bloodless screen. Trade for me trivializes gold and boss mats. I then only use items I've found. What if you don't have PS Plus or Game Pass to play with others? I don't know what that question is in reference to. The game shouldn't force you to play with others. It doesn't. Nobody said it does. But, like, the game doesn't force that. The consoles require you to pay to be able to play online with people. That's not the game at all, actually. Like, the game can't choose to make PlayStation not require that of you. I think that's something that's, like, often misunderstood about. Like, Diablo doesn't go, they need to have PS Plus to group up. That's PlayStation. It sucks that Sony does that. You get handicapped for not playing in groups? No, you get the base experience. That is not handicapped. That's just like not what it like. It's really, really important to not like reverse hindsight stuff. Yeah. I actually just don't have energy for the entirety of the conversation. Not that I'm frustrated with anybody, I just actually don't. There's just like way too many facets. I don't think that there's a good way to implement something where you no longer have to do phases of a boss, and I also just don't see phases of the boss as like a legitimate problem that needs a solve. I can understand that can be frustrating for people. I am not God, I do not determine what happens in the game. But I personally do not resonate with that experience. Okay, so now that I have Ring of Starless Skies, do I still just want to do a two-hander? I do need a snack. I'm gonna grab a snack. Oh, I'm gonna grab a snack. A BRB. Oh, also, if just for people who do want to understand my bias a little bit, I think that the best experience of Diablo is playing with a party, and I hate when I very much hate it. It is like antithetical to what I think is good about the game when people would like for it to be brought down to the denominator of never playing with other people, because I think that is the worst version of the game. And I will always have that bias. I think that the game is best when playing with people, even if they're complete strangers. And I wish that the game would... I wish that the game would be unafraid to do more things like the Citadel. just in case you ever want to know my bias. I think that people can choose to play alone and have a great time. But I think that Diablo is intrinsically a multiplayer game. That's where I stand. That's where I stand. If it's valid to want single player to be the most powerful way of playing the game, I think it is equally valid to want multiplayer to be the most powerful version of the game. And I don't feel bad for thinking that, and I don't think it's the villain story. I think there's a weird bias in the new age version of the community that like cry out for that thing, which I think is fucking wild, because the best experiences the vast majority of people who played Diablo 2 had was in lobbies with other people. That's how I feel. Judge me if you want. You are not God. It does not harm my soul. Y'all, I fucked up so bad. I went and focused too much on fighting Belial. And I got out there and I almost fainted. Don't be like me, kids. Look at this. Look at this mace. Alright. And now it's time to scream. Whee! Okay.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
All right, baby. Let's get it. Terror? What up, Grief? How you doing, boo-boo? Do I put terror on this and then use it for a different build entirely? Maybe. I'm about to use Banish Lords. I'm just gonna use Banish Lords. Did 85 on Shadow Blight Surge. Grief, what the fuck are you talking about? What does that even mean? No, 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 not it works. What's it? Explain it. Explain the it. Stop. Don't do that. Don't do that in public. In fact, how dare you? How dare you?
Wear the stars around your neck.
Ay, Dios. Mio. Where did I get all these goddamn garbage? Get out of here, runes. Excuse me.
Fairly well.
See some steel you need. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? My hammer sings on your return.
Okay. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. How dare I? I know. No, thank you, Ted. I'm just gonna use Banished Lord's Talisman. We're just gonna call it a day. So I got a question. Do you want to have a summer party in my basement? Sorry. Sorry for coughing in your ear. Sorry for coughing in your ear.
Well done.
Sorry for coughing in your ear. Sorry for coughing in your ear. I'm sorry for coughing in your ear. Fudge. Corporeal? Sorry for coughing in your ear. Huh. Sorry for coughing in your ear. That's it? I don't know. Do you use Starless Skies? Yes. I wish I could drop buffs off of my character without having to log. Up. Okay, let's look at, well, we need a lot of armor. Well, we don't actually need a lot of armor, right? We need I need to make what jewel do we use? Damage reduction? No, that's crazy. That would be crazy talk. Oh, more barrier, sure. Yeah, I don't hate that. Yeah, because barrier gen is hard. Sure. I don't hate it. I think that's valid. He was a gentleman. Maybe he won't find out what. Look at that cool guy. That's the Iron Demon or something. So here's my only problem with the reliquary. Well, one, it takes 15 years to load, but like, who is the Iron Demon? Who is the Iron Demon, and what does this have to do with the Haradrim? Because he's cool looking, but who is he? He is the one that shall not be named. Valid. All right, so I definitely need attack speed. We're gonna get 15% more. So I'm at 60. I'm at 74. Sure. So I'm at an amount of attack speed. Do I not need this? I basically don't. Yeah, I won't. Okay, so then, so, I can actually do this. That's nice. Means I can take out even more res. Still need armor. Okay, so now I'm armor capped. Is this build better than Bloodwave? No. Oh, no. No. No, I'm actually just testing to see how bad they are, not to see how good they are. Bone Splinters, how'd it go? What build is this? This is Blood Surge. Bone Splinters was pretty bad. Like, maxes out at like tier 85 on perfect gear. You could do it with Shattered Spirit and it'll go higher, but at that point I don't really think you're doing a basic skill build. I think you're doing Bone Spirit. That's strictly worse. So I tried to stay true to like a basic skill build that would do basic skill things, and it's just bad. It's just bad. Oh, Thule? Yeah, sure. Igni. Cool. Okay. So that means I actually kind of like cooldown reduction, but I do need the resource restore. A resource restore. Yeah. Thank you very much, Lethal. It's kind of you to say. Oh. That was wild.
That there is worth the coin.
Okay. We love it.
Unexpected.
We love it. Huge. Insane. 10 out of 10 would do again.
What will it be? Not bad.
We love it. We love it. Perfect. A perfect outcome. Huge. That's insane. I mean, it's not a perfect. Oh, yeah. Sorry. It's not a perfect outcome. I'm just going to keep it. I don't care. Now, here comes the fun part. Pray for me. Oh. It's as good as it's gonna get.
Not bad.
Oh! Get in it. Huge. Okay. Okay. All right. I do need to do this. No, I do not. So it is Surge. Grasping the veins. What is the other one? Great Feast? You could obviously do Cadaverous, but like... Sacrificial, sure. Sacrificial better? Is sacrificial better? $54. What is my sacrificial? 54. 18% multi, and then 30. Oh, wait, hold on. Well, okay, so 1.462 divided by 1.3. And then 35 multiplied by 1.54. So 1.539 divided by 1.35 multiplied by 1.12461538. The 28% multi. No, Cadaverous would be better. Great Feast would be best. Okay.
Here, only honest magics.
The issue with Great Feast is your reinforcement turns it off. We're gonna go with Cadaverous. No downside. Similar average uptime. What fast food pizza place do I prefer? Domino's. Domino's is goated.
What do you need?
Domino's is goated and it's not even close. The only thing better than Domino's is Chuck E. Cheese pizza. One.
I'll be here soon.
Is there a Maco's Pizza in your area? No. There used to be our pizzeria, which was technically Marco's Pizzeria. Oh, hold on. Mercenaries. Pizza Hut's awesome. The issue with Pizza Hut is I can't really like order delivery from, well, there's one that's like not that far away, but typically you have to like go and eat out of Pizza Hut. I fuck with Pizza Hut. I fuck with Pizza Hut heavy. What I'm doing. I'm using her here. I don't know why I was pretending to be using somebody else. Oh, you can eat pizza restaurants in Norway? Well, we have them here too. The biggest one is Cece's Pizza. The bacon jalapeno stuffed cheesy bread goes hard. It's like insane. Hold on. Don't hit me.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Twitch and emotional damage. And Eckler, thank you for the follows.
May your road
Emotional damage. 90? We do 90? Huh. I'm a little bit impressed that I can even do 90. Where are you going? Hello? Auf Wiedersehen. What's red skill that's on the action bar? Blood Surge. The major issue with Blood Surge is that it's like strictly better on mouse and keyboard. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to be using Tamzan. Or, yeah, no, Tamcats. No, Tamzan. My boss kill speed is going to be hot garbage. Come along, boys. Ooh, Blast Wave Shrine. Now I actually do damage. The Blast Wave Shrine is crazy. What up, Nepta? How we doing? Can I kill this boss?
Whoa.
Yo, what's going on, Shano, with the 70 months? That's insane. I can't even kind of fight this guy. Hi, I'm MacroBioBoi. And we gotta do something about the blood builds on the Necromancer. They nerfed Overpower, and they didn't buff them. Let's go ahead and talk about it while Bramble very slowly kills me. Hold on. There we go. Perfect video introduction. Now, I do want to start off by saying this is not the ideal setup for the build, right? The amulet that I'm using is not considered to be best in slot. Now, that being said, it's a 2GA amulet that deals with crit overpower, gives me multiple core skill ranks that I double crit on. And the rest of my gear is kind of insane when you consider the kind of luck that you would need to be able to get pieces like this for a build. But there's a problem. Walking into this season, the developers saw it fit to completely remove all of the additive damage from Overpower, which was absolutely something that needed to happen. It ruined diversity for builds across the game, and it made every single build an Overpower build, and that was a problem. The issue was that there were plenty of Overpower builds that already weren't strong even with how ridiculous Overpower was, because they weren't Overpower 100% of the time builds. Most notably, Bloodlance and Blood Surge on the Necromancer. These are builds which overpower every once in a while and have a couple different systems that you can use to make them overpower more often. For the base Blood Surge, you have to... For the base Blood Surge, if Blood Surge's Nova, so the second damage component of this skill, were to hit a target while you are healthy, you will gain a stack, and then after 5 stacks, your next attack will overpower. And since it rolls over 1 since the previous one also hit, it basically means every 5 attacks you will overpower. The major issue being that if you build into overpower multipliers, which you should do on an overpower build, 5 of your attacks not getting any multipliers, and then 1 of your attacks getting all of your multipliers is a pretty bum deal. Using things like Banished Lord's Talisman can help out a little bit, meaning that we will overpower every once in a while from having spent enough primary resource. And then Rathma's Vigor saying that we'll overpower once every 15 seconds, but if we can pick up Blood Orbs, which you can do fairly easily on a Blood Surge Necromancer. I'm now being attacked by Jeweled Guardians. Let's see how long it takes them to kill me. But you will be able to trigger this pretty easily in a group scenario. Run the video back. And while it seems kind of okay in a group scenario, and especially if you're playing on mouse and keyboard, it's actually a lot easier, because Blood Surge has this very interesting mechanic where you can actually walk and cast it simultaneously. Against a boss, which I'll now jump to here on Bramble, you'll notice we don't really generate altogether that many blood orbs. And because we don't, we basically are getting another overpower out of this every 5 to 7 seconds. So when you put everything together, Blood Surge overpowering once every 5 attacks, Rathma's making it so that we overpower once every 5 to 7 seconds if we're healthy and also we're picking up blood orbs, and then things like Banished Lord's Talisman making it so that we overpower once every 20 attacks or so. We're hitting somewhere around an average expected proc rate of overpower once in every 4 attacks. Now you can go even further and add on a rune word for Zan, which will make it so that a lot of the damage that you do from Blood Surge will overpower, but actually isn't a wide enough window for all of the damage from a single cast to overpower. And what you basically get is a build that still is only overpowering 1 in every 3 attacks, kind of, if I'm being really, really generous here. But having to get 2 more uniques for this build, having to Masterwork crit and also temper onto 2 pieces of gear as opposed to 1 piece of gear, adding on an additional mythic that I needed for this build because Blood Surge actually doesn't have enough multipliers available in the Codex of Power to make it so that you can afford to not use a mythic ring here. And what you get is pretty, again, ridiculous gear for what we're attempting to accomplish, and we're literally not able to kill a boss on tier 90 in the pit. Now, every build doesn't need to be clearing above tier 100. That's not what I'm going for here. But let me name off the builds that do currently clear above tier 100 on the Necromancer. Sever Necromancer, Minions Necromancer and 2 different versions of that, Mendeln and non-Mendeln. Shadow Blight Necromancer are up to 4 builds. Bloodwave Necromancer. Shadow Damage Over Time Bloodwave Necromancer. Yes, they're 2 different builds. One of them uses Bloodless Scream. It's actually pretty insane. Bone Spirit Necromancer, so now we're up to 6 total builds here, and then if I really super duper tried super mega hard and I was willing to play a super clunky build, Blood Spear Necromancer. That doesn't leave altogether that many other builds which can't accomplish just bare minimum doing a pit tier 100. And I think if we were to try to set a bar for things that you should be able to accomplish in a season at this point with the amount of resources that I have, the gear quality that I have, like I'm showing you right here, and a willingness to push with almost tier 100 glyphs across the board already, we should probably be able to accomplish that thing. Or at the very least, Necromancer build shouldn't have this much disparity between not even the top end. Like, let's say 105 is like on the top end of things, which it isn't. It's actually like 111, 112 right now on the Necromancer. 90 is a lot of reduced power from that point. So let me just like highlight that in numbers. To be able to go from pit tier 90, which we're currently doing, up to pit tier 100, we would need to be able to clear 10 more pit tiers. That means that we would need to be able to do 1.2 to the 10 more damage. So I would need to currently be doing 6 plus times the amount of damage that I'm already doing. But then that also gets multiplied by all the pit tiers above 100. So that would be multiplied by 1.28, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would need to be doing over 21 times my current damage output to be able to clear a pit tier 105 on this build right now. And while I think I could realistically do 90, like if I were to go through and get an actual amulet, I just can't find any to be able to fit on actual aspect and more blood attack speed, and actually swap over to the Zan rune to get better uptime on overpower against a single target, and then also get a boss that had multiple minions being summoned during it, so something like a spirit collar. And then if that also got the Tomb Lord, so that the Tomb Lord bone walls would show up and also allow me to hit more targets, I think there's a universe that with fishing and enough patience, we could do it. But I'm not about to do 6 times more damage on this build with better gear, again with quadruple GA pieces of gear here, multiple GA uniques across multiple pieces of my gear, level of gear here, multiple GAs on other pieces of... This is actually the highest quality gear I have on any build, and I can currently snooze fest run through 105 on Shadow Blight without trying. But I ain't gonna find 21 times my damage, and I'm not going to find 6 times my damage. So this build, with the ridiculous amount of input that you could do to it, is going to accomplish something where I won't even hit 100% chance to be able to level up my glyphs. I think that there's a problem there. But what is the problem exactly? Well, I already highlighted at the beginning of this video, but let's like really dive into why it kind of sucks that you can't overpower 100% of the time on these builds, and their base damage is already tuned as if you're going to get the benefits of overpower out of it. I know it's a mouthful, but let's walk through it. I currently have 27 ranks in Blood Surge, and what that means is that my Nova is going to do 252% weapon damage. As a base amount of damage, this is actually a pretty paltry amount. Technically speaking, you should include the Drain. The Drain is another 72, so that's 374. I also have an Aspect that's basically double damage on only the Nova, and then the way that our unique gloves will further increase how many Drains there are. All of that said, though, I can make these same kind of arguments for most other skills. It turns out unique items in the game multiply the base damage that your skill is going to do. I currently have not put any ranks into Bone Spirit. I just have plus to core skill ranks from the rest of my build. And it currently does 176% of my weapon damage, but not only that, it gets a 4% damage multiplier per essence when I cast it, even if I only have 100 essence. That is a 400% damage increase. That is a 5 times damage multi, meaning that the base damage of Bone Spirit right now is doing 5 times 176. And if I do that math off the top of my head, as 850, that's 800. What is that? Wow, my brain just stopped. 80. If I were to do that math off the top of my head, that's 500, 350, 850 plus the additional 30 here. So that's 880% weapon damage without investing in Bone Spirit at all and having nothing to do with it and not building into it and not doing anything meaningful and literally not even putting points into it yet. So you would assume that Blood Surge being able to overpower would like vastly outperform this, except that the Bone Spirit build actually overpowers on every single cast. It overpowers 100% of the time using the exact same amulet. It's actually really funny. But Bone Spirit is been one of our best overpower builds for a very long time because it overpowers 100% of the time. Now, when you look at something like Rathma's Vigor as a key passive, this gives you 100% increased overpower damage. That's insane, except I only overpower on average once every 3 casts, and it's actually less than that, but I'm just being really generous. So for me, this overpower bonus on a blood skill on the blood passive that deals with blood skills that make them overpower more, only getting a third out of this, meaning only benefiting from it once every 3 casts, means that this is a 33% damage multiplier, a 1.33 multi. For Bone Spirit, it is a 100% damage multiplier, a 2x damage. Bone Spirit, the skill that isn't a blood skill, benefits more from Rathma's Vigor, the blood key passive, than Blood Surge, the blood skill. You see where I'm going with this? Whenever you look at overpower multipliers or overpower additive or overpower anything in this game, you have to compare it against the rate at which you overpower. So right here, blood skills gain 25% damage. That's awesome. They gain 40% overpower damage, except we only overpower again once every 3 casts. So instead of getting a 40% damage multiplier out of this, we're actually only getting a 13.3% multiplier. When you put those two things together, you have a 1.25. Again, we're going to do some math. We have a 1.25 multiplied by a 1.13. And you get a 41% damage multiplier in total. If I was still casting Bone Spirit, even though it's not a blood skill, it would gain a 40% damage multiplier. This is only 1% better on a blood skill than it is on a bone skill. And then you start looking at all the multipliers that don't even require you to overpower, meaning they have 100% uptime, and they're all kind of equal. Flesh Eater gives us the same bonus. Blood Begets Blood doesn't even require us to overpower. This one actually gives us more of a bonus. That's kind of crazy. And then Frailty here, when you fully apply it, also gives us a 40% bonus. So while this thing says multiple 2 different damage multipliers for blood skills, it's basically completely equivalent to every other multi that's available to us. Dominate is awesome because Dominate gives you a megaton of additive damage, and then it also gives you a huge multiplier from overpowering 12% as opposed to the 10%. Now, luckily on this one, it does increase your damage against them after you overpower, but you don't have to overpower to continue to benefit from it. So it does slightly increase our non-overpower damage. So this one is actually, you know what? I'm going to strike this one off. Dominate's kind of fine. The additive damage is trash. Because we only overpower 1/3 of the time. So this thing actually only says 80 additive overpower damage, which is kind of insane when you think about it. Considering Sacrificial altogether grants us 200 total additive damage, that's worth all the time. We're always healthy and we're always doing blood damage. What happened here? Well, I'll go ahead and explain what happened here. It's Banished Lord's Talisman existed at all, and the entire game became overpower. Now, I put out a video a while ago, basically talking about the overpower singularity, the idea that if you could overpower, you should. And that was because of all of the free additive damage that overpower builds got. It was a major, major problem. With the majority of builds being able to overpower near 100% of the time with this amulet on. If you've played Spiritborn, you could do this. Playing, again, Bone Spirit on the Necromancer, you could do this. I'm not sure if other classes can do it as well, but I think Druid can do this, maybe the Barbarian. But regardless, overpower was omnipresent. If you weren't overpowering, you were playing a bad build. Hard stop, that's just how the math worked. And because of things like this in the game, overpower has been the highest fluctuation damage source in the game because it was trying to wrap its hands around the issue that it itself posed. And they finally, again, made the right decision to make it so that it doesn't just give you free additive damage. And people don't really fully understand how much free additive damage it was. It was multiply your damage by 30x up to 100 plus x for free for doing nothing. Literally, not building your character differently, you were multiplying your damage by 100. That's how insane it was. They finally took that away. The sad part being that they didn't then, in compensation, buff these builds that were never the problem, never benefited from this, and were always at the bottom end of our ability to output damage. Look at this. Bone Spear. No points in it. Nothing going for it at all. No multis, no aspects, no nothing. Has base damage 286, with 27 ranks of Blood Surge having base damage 252. That can't be how it works, right? That doesn't really make sense. So, what I had been hoping walking out of the PTR is that these types of skills would get buffed in a way where their base damage would be compensated, their rate of overpowering would also be compensated, or the alternatives to it being enticing enough to warrant building into them. Sadly, that isn't the case. You just still want to overpower on them, even though it's so much worse for you now than it used to be, and we're basically just dealing with the scraps. Even these ridiculous gloves that finally allowed Blood Surge to kind of do single target damage are just paled in comparison to even legendary gloves on a regular build, because those skills are currently built in a way, they're currently because those skills are currently designed in a way, they currently have an economy of damage that is not trying to interact with a previous system that was so strong that it kind of strangled the design space for those skills. But that's gone now. And for whatever reason, the blood skills didn't get compensated. And I really hope that this video, in addition to the vast majority of people just not playing these builds at all, we have metrics from Maxroll based off of who does and does not see stuff. Nobody's playing blood builds. Why? There's no reason to, because even investing in them doesn't really accomplish anything. They're just kind of there if they're your favorite. And for a lot of people, that's been a pretty big letdown. But hopefully, walking into the next season, this can really help to shine a light on the issue with this build as well as Bloodlance, which are just super bad. Let me go try and see what the highest clears are on them. I've actually not looked it up on helltides.com because there's kind of been no reason to, but let's go ahead and see what people are managing to do with it. Go over to Necromancer, go over to Surge. Okay, so literally nobody has submitted a run on Blood Surge. I actually wasn't expecting that. What about Lance? Nobody has submitted a run on Lance. Nobody has done it. If I were to go clear at pit tier 88, I would have the highest recorded clear on this build. Literally nobody is playing this thing. So devs, if you are watching this video, sorry for the theatrics. It's just very frustrating. If we could find a way to be able to compensate the non 100% overpowering builds to make them either more enticing to explore non-overpower options, or give them ways to be able to replicate the output of things like Bone Spirit as a starter, that would be pretty cool. Thank you very much for watching this video. I hope that this helps us to, I don't know, start the blood revolution. That sounds terrible. I don't know, get Blood Surge and Bloodlance some compensation that you're due. It's your money and you want it now. Thank you very much for watching. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here and you enjoyed this kind of doom and gloom, or that we'll call it real talk, real, honest, brutal feedback. Leave a like on the video and leave a comment down below. Have you tried out Blood Surge or Bloodlance? Have you been playing with builds after these nerfs to overpower, and do you feel like you're able to really experience the power fantasy that you're hoping to? Even if you just want to chit chat, let me know down there. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you very much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. All right. Well, this sucked. What up, Fox? How we doing? It's like, what? This could do tier 80? You played Bloodsphere last season? Yeah, it was awesome. It was our strongest build. It was insane. How we doing, Ikel?
My hammer sings on your return.
Let's do Zan. All right, let's try out this. And let's do like a tiered 80, I guess. And then I gotta go. I gotta eat dinner and be a human. What up, Tenda? How you doing? Blast Wave Shrine does more. Oh yeah, Blast Wave Shrine was cooking. This is the Diablo 4 soundtrack, Tinder. How's the game? Game's best it's ever been. There's actually reasons to do Nightmare Dungeons now. Bosses are better. Doing what's it called is better. The bounties. You know what they're called. Whispers. There we go. Yeah, if you haven't played in a while, I definitely think this is like a good time to pop back in if you were interested in doing that. Yeah, there's like one of our top builds uses Bloodless Scream. All right, let's see how long it takes me to kill this boss. Oh, Hawk? Yeah, Hawk is very excited. All right. You didn't have Shadow Blight on? Powerful. That's powerful and good. Blood Surge is bad. Blood Surge is booed. Alright, well. Alright. I think we can mess around a little bit tomorrow to see like where like the top end of it is. Bone Storm valid this season? Valid? Sure. You can use it. Is it the best in slot on any builds? Not really. But you can use it if you want its stats instead of Soul Rifts, which is not necessarily like a automatic, like definitely wouldn't want it. All right, I'm gonna go eat dinner. we're gonna go eat some dinner. Your Paragon trade a max. Is it still hard? Sure. People are already Paragon level 300 this season and have been for a little bit. But Paragon 300 is very similar to like 99 in Diablo. It is something to purely progress towards if you're interested. It is not something that people expect to want to do. Can chat get a plate? Nah, man. Nah, dude. Yo, fourth in the category. Let's go, baby. Huge. Huge, huge, huge. Also, look at like... Why does it always get the weirdest picture of me, right? Like, what is up? What's up with this? Hello? Hello, sir? Hello? 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 Go raid Mippy. Why not? Corroding that mic. Is that what you wanted? Is that what everybody wanted? Yo, we're almost at 32k followers here on Twitch. That's sick. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. I'm at 300 subs? Fuck yeah. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate y'all. That was mighty kind of you. A class-specific mythic. The Ahavarian? So that's not class-specific. Oh, the Nessikim. Yeah. Yeah. That's only because they're the only ones who can currently use that weapon. But yes, that is true. All right, everybody. Today's been a long one. I'm glad that y'all were here for the ride. So I said today was going to be a short stream. It's only a half-hour short. Yo, what up, Decapod? How you doing, boo-boo? Good to see you. All right, everybody. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapun, krap, sawadi, guten Nacht. Hasta mañana? I might have to get a U-Haul and move furniture tomorrow. So streaming tomorrow is a maybe. If it is, same time, same place. If it isn't, enjoy your fucking weekend. Remember, the bourgeoisie, politicians, the billionaires, hell, even most of the millionaires, they don't care about us. The working class needs to stick together. It's not left versus right, it's up versus down. You have so much more in common with people in your community, around you, in your town, in the same debate areas where you are, than you ever will with any fucking billionaire. They don't care about us. It is class solidarity. It is so much more important than ever before. Don't let them take your freedoms. Don't be an asshole to people. Try to be patient. Don't be a fucking fascist. Don't be a bootlicker. I love you all very much. Have a good weekend if I don't see you. Cheers.